Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for May 26, 2026. I'd like to welcome all members of council in attendance here this morning. Councillor McCulley will be joining us here in a little bit. He had a prior commitment this morning, as well as the Clearwater County staff who will be providing us with information and facts needed to make informed decisions on behalf of residents, businesses, and stakeholders of Clearwater County. I'd also like to welcome any members of the public in attendance this morning, as well as any media who may be present or joining us online virtually. Before we proceed, are there any members of council that have a potential conflict or pecuniary interest on any agenda items here this morning? Seeing none. I'd also like to remind everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per Access to Information Act, Sections 4, and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. Moving on to the agenda. Does anybody have any additions or deletions to today's agenda? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Letwin.
I'll make that motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Letwin to adopt today's agenda for May 26, 2026 as presented. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to the meeting minutes of May 12th, 2026. Were there any errors or omissions noted in those meeting minutes? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the minutes as presented. Deputy Reeve McKay, you'd like to make that motion?
Certainly, I'll make the motion to adopt the last meeting's minutes as presented.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to adopt the May 12th, 2026 meeting minutes as presented. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Moving on to today's agenda to item 4.1, it is first reading of bylaw number 26096 for application number 1426 to amend the land use bylaw. It is on page 10 of today's agenda, and I'll pass the floor over to administration. Mr. Connolly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. Sanctum Foundation currently holds title to Plan 0928187, Unit 15, containing 2.42 acres. The subject land is located within the Sanctum Retreat subdivision, and they have made application to redesignate all of Plan 0928187, Unit 15 from the Country Residential District to the Community Amenity District. The parcel is currently undeveloped, however, the owner and applicant intends to develop it to operate in conjunction with the existing retreat facility on the adjacent lot. Sanctum Retreat operates as a spiritual retreat facility. The property subject to the application will be used to provide for staff accommodations, and the applicant has also applied for a development permit for the construction of a staff housing unit on the subject property. Development permit number 7926 will not be valid until Land Use Amendment 14/26 has been approved. The applicants are here to speak to the proposal if council has any questions. Administration is recommending that council consider granting first reading and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. We'll open up the floor for council members to have any questions, comments, or motion. Councillor Letwin, the floor is yours.
Okay, this is currently a residential subdivision, is that correct?
Kind of. The foundation owns most of the lots in the subdivision, and they operate the retreat there. They have a facility on the adjacent lot.
Okay,
Yeah.
oh, fair enough, thank you. That clarification. Also, staff accommodations, so if, okay. How many people or how many staff would you need to accommodate, like multi
Hi, thank you. My name's Christophe and I'm the Executive Director. We've been operating there for 22 years and we've had a very active ministry there, very successful as a registered charity. However, we need more staff housing and we don't have enough room anymore, so we're just expanding. Essentially is what we've done. We created the subdivision in 2008, I believe. So when we subdivided and created the 17 properties, they were all zoned country residential, except for the retreat. The retreat was always institutional, when we started. So we're just trying to change one of the small properties, the CR, to institutional or public use, the new title for staff housing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments? Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Just for planning quickly, this community amenity designation, would that be the same designation that the retreat itself has? So both properties would be designated the same?
Yes.
Okay, no, perfect.
When he was alluding to institutional, that was the previous zoning under the old land use bylaw, but that name has changed. So they will both be community amenity.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey?
So how many staff will be accommodated? How many buildings will you be building there?
Just one.
And-
One with 12 rooms so that we have room to put most of our staff in there, and it would be adjacent to the retreat so that there's easy access.
And it'll be 12 rooms, like 12 bedrooms?
Yeah,
And then living and kitchen and?
yeah,
Like,
living quarters.
okay, so that map that you got up there now, that's,
The east of the red parcel is the retreat,
okay.
so it's,
Is that like a creek there that,
yeah, there's a bridge to access the retreat.
okay,
So,
that was,
yeah.
I was looking at it earlier and wondering on that. So.
Yeah. So that's the retreat, and this is the proposed staff house.
Oh, okay.
You can just pass it around.
That's the retreat, proposed staff.
Councillor Humphrey, do you have further comments?
No,
at this
I
time?
do not.
Okay. Councillor Powell, go ahead.
I was just going to make a motion.
Excellent, please.
Then make a motion that council consider granting first reading and proceed to a public hearing.
Okay, thank you for the motion. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell to grant first reading for bylaw number 26096 for application number 1426 and proceed to a public hearing. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Moving on in our agenda, move on to item 5.11, which is the first quarter financial report. Is on page 21, and I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Sirhan to present this item.
Good morning, Council. So before you is the first quarter financial report, revenues, expense for operations, and TCA by job to March 31st. Starting with the first report, which is the operating report, you'll see 5 columns across the page. The first column is the sub-departments grouped by department. The second column is the year-to-date paid. You'll notice in the header of the report that there is a date on this report, includes transactions too. So this report is the transactions posted to March 31st, 2026. Salary costs are, of course, up to March 31st, but other costs that would be paid via invoice wouldn't be posted for work completed to March 31st, but invoices paid to March 31st. The third column is the approved and adjusted budget to May 15th, 2026. The fourth column is the variance between actual and budget, and the fifth column relates to the variance in that it gives the percentage of revenues collected to March 31st and the percentage of budget spent or paid to March 31st. The report is separated into revenues first and then expenses. The revenues and expenses are subtotaled, then the expenses are netted against the revenues for the bottom, and you'll see that the totals there when we get there would be an anticipated surplus that goes towards future or current asset construction or purchase. Most revenues are not month over month. They are cyclical and are more focused for the months that pertain to those revenues. Public Works revenues include shop revenue that is charged out to regional fire because the work being done on the fire fleet is cost shared between the county and the town. Utilities, gravel and maintenance is mostly water and wastewater revenues from the hamlets within the county. Surface roads is the portion of dust control services paid by the ratepayers. And of course, there isn't any to March 31st because that program didn't open until April. Solid waste is fees for service at the landfill, and general public works is mostly road permitting revenue. The biggest part of the next section is corporate services. The two largest sources of income there are property taxes and investment income. Property taxes are booked as revenue when the levies are generated, so 100% of the tax revenue will show in May. You'll see that revenue on the second quarter report as that report will include May. Ag services revenues are mostly sale of herbicide and custom spraying services. These will be generated throughout the next several months with the grant revenue coming in before the end of the year. Planning and development is where the revenue from lot sales is housed. Permitting and licensing fees as well as dollars paid in lieu of land held for municipal reserve or green space in subdivision transactions. You can see lot sales revenue is high already in 2026, bringing in more revenue than what was budgeted for 26 already at the end of the first quarter. Emergency services revenues are the funds paid by our regional partner in the fire services program, as well as WUI or Wildland Urban Interface Fire Team Grant and fire revenue generated through fines through the Peace Officer Program. These will not be generated until such time as an invoice is generated for those services. Typically that happens after all costs are accumulated for the year. I'm speaking of the regional partner revenue here. The next section of the report is the expenses, so if there's any questions related to the revenues.
We do have a question. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Rand, just with regards to the lot sales, is there something that we're not aware of there? Where are all those lots selling? Is that just Nordag? Or?
Nordag.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
Yep. The same format as the revenues is the expenses, and each subdepartment may encompass more than one program or service. Although sometimes you think of operating expenses as being fairly steady month over month, that isn't the case for all the county programs and services. Some are more focused during a specific time of year, like bridge repairs in 3020, or where it is a grant given to another organization that's in the community services subdepartments. Corporate services has a couple of items to note, one being operating contingency. Typically $500,000 is budgeted here, and when things come up during the year that council wants to change in the work plan, the budget is moved out of this line into the line where the expense or expenditure is categorized. So the current balance remaining in contingency is $265,000. In general corporate services, the insurance for the county is included and paid already in 2026 to November 1st, which is the renewal date. Ag and community services is an area that is not allocated equally month over month. Most of their work plan is focused in the summer months, and community services tends to give out grants to smaller organizations that get their allotment all at one time. Emergency services is ahead of the 25% spent to date due to a Fire Smart grant that was expended already. In 2026, budgeted surplus is $22,692,612. These dollars are allocated to either future spending or current capital expenditures. For example, the gravel road rehab program happens every year at a level of $4.5 million, and you'll see that in the TCA report. This would be one of the programs funded from operating surplus. Capital job reports are also attached, but more detailed information regarding the status of these projects can be found in the capital update report. And again, well, maybe before we get into that, is there any questions on the operating expenses?
I'm not seeing any questions at this time, but I do have one question just to go back a little bit into the
Yeah.
planning and development where there's revenue from lot sales.
Yeah.
Is that profit? And I'm just wondering like the revenue versus the expense for the development,
Yeah.
because the community, like Clearwater County.
Yeah, no, that's not profit. That's
Okay.
the gross amount of the sale, and you will see the cost of the development of those sales show up in the operating expense And that transaction doesn't happen actually until the end of the year. Once all of the lots that are sold for the year, we do a calculation for the cost of the development of those lots, and that gets charged to the planning expense in operations.
Okay, no, I just wanted to have that clarity between the revenue and the, and/or consideration.
Yeah, so
Profit.
there is usually a profit, a margin, and that gets placed into the restricted surplus. That's the restricted surplus that's in the negative, because some of the development for those lots, also the municipal infrastructure of those lot developments is already charged to that restricted surplus. So the profit is what goes to offset the cost of that municipal infrastructure. So when council sets those lot prices, they're considering what it costs to develop that lot and all of the municipal infrastructure. So in part of it, it goes to offset the cost in the operations, which is specifically for the lot development, and the rest goes to offset the cost, which is in that negative restricted surplus for the municipal infrastructure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for the information. I don't see any further questions from any, oh, Deputy Reeve, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just quickly, would those expenses be able to be shown quarterly rather than just at the end of the year?
Yes, yes,
It just might be beneficial so that we
sure,
have a better idea of where those are at.
sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to TCA, or the tangible capital assets projects that are for 2026. Capital job reports are attached, and again, more detailed information regarding the status of these projects can be found in the capital update report. That's more about the work plan and where the progress is being made for each of the projects. This is more where the invoices have been paid and to see budget versus actual. So this is the invoices that have been submitted and paid to the end of March, not necessarily even how much work had been completed to the end of March. So in your agenda today, there's a capital projects update report, and it's to the middle of May. So it's much more current than what you're seeing in the financial reports. Capital revenue isn't included on the report. However, the total budget for capital revenue is 66 million, most of which are capital grants. These won't be generated until further into the year. That leaves 46,972,000 approximately of budgeted expenditures in 2026 coming from current and previous year's revenue other than grants. The tangible capital assets report are organized into 4 categories that the restricted surplus account are organized, which is annualized standard services, non-annualized facilities, and land development. Annualized, or projects supporting standard services, are the things that are year over year, and last year averaged over the next 10 years at just about $19 million per year. The next category are items that are not purchased or constructed in each year. The next one is facilities, and then finally land development. Is there any specific questions about any of the financial information?
I'm not seeing any comments or questions from council at this time.
Okay, that's it for my first quarter financial report.
Thank you, Ms. Serhan.
You're welcome.
So at this time, we'd be looking for comments, questions, or motion to accept the financial reports as information. Councillor Powell.
Motion that council receives the Clearwater County Capital Operating Financial Reports as of March 31st, 2026 as information.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell that council receives Clearwater County Capital and Operating Financial Reports as of March 31st, 2026 as information. Seeing no discussion or comments, questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Serhan. Moving on to 5.1.2 in our agenda. It is on page 34, Clearwater County Bylaw Review, Expired Bylaws, Corporate Services.
so you'll see the next three items are expired bylaws. I've just broke them out into three different kind of categories, just because there was so many that we're just moving into an expired category off the directory for enforce bylaws. So the first one is tax rate bylaws, and there's a listing there of the former Village of Caroline's tax rate bylaws and the former Clearwater County's tax rate bylaws. And they are only applicable to the year in which they're approved or put into place. So at the end of the year, they become expired. And this is just a housekeeping item to move them from what we would call the active directory to an expired directory. All of the bylaws are attached, and I know they're hard to read. It's small, and some of the print's like extremely old, so it's faded over time. However, it is just the tax rate bylaws for the two municipalities for the year.
Yeah.
Since inception of both organizations.
What was the oldest bylaw that was, you're right, it's neat to see that they were done with typewriter.
Yeah.
What was the oldest one, do you have?
Well, the first one, number 4 there, for the Village of Caroline, because the village was actually incorporated before Clearwater County. It was 1952.
Okay, that's, 1952. If there's no comments or questions from council, we'd be looking for a motion. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just one quick question before a motion, and that is, trying to read through these on the weekend was impossible. So would it be possible, if these are only good for the year that they're created in, that we could do this review yearly rather than waiting until they?
Yeah, this project is because of amalgamation, so.
But moving forward, could we?
Yes.
Thank you. And with that said, I will make a motion to the council authorizes administration to transfer and retain the original copy in electronic format of expired tax rate bylaws as listed below to Clearwater County's archival record storage.
Okay. We'll place that motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay. There's no discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to item, no, that's okay, Mr. Rand. Moving on in the agenda to item 5.1.3, Clearwater County Bylaw Review. Expired borrowing bylaws. It is on page 110. And Mr. Rand, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Again, these are the borrowing bylaws for the former village and the former Clearwater County that are expired. Just looking to move them into the expired category.
Again, as these were done with the typewriter, I just got to ask, what was the oldest one in here again?
Well,
At their
42 for the village. 1957, 58. Yeah.
58, yeah. If there's, are there any questions from council regarding the expired borrowing bylaws? If not, we'd be looking for a motion. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would make that motion that council authorizes men to transfer and retain the original copy of electronic format of expired borrowing bylaws listed below to Clearwater County's archival record storage.
Okay, we officially have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay. If there's no further questions, clarity needed, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to item 5.1.4, Clearwater. That one is Clearwater County Bylaw Review, expired bylaws adopted of assessment. Item 5.1.4, page 160. Mrs. Serhan, this floor is yours again.
Yes, so previously in the MGA, it was required to have the assessment values recorded in a bylaw. It's no longer a requirement of the MGA. And so there's fewer newer ones. These are all extremely old. And again, from the former village and the former Clearwater County's adoption of assessment bylaws.
Okay. I'll move that council authorizes administration to transfer and retain the original copy in electronic format of expired adoption of assessment bylaws as listed below to Clearwater County's archive records storage. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Thank you, much appreciated.
Motion is supported by council. Moving into item planning and emergency services, item 5.2.1 RCMP Community Priorities Plan 2026 to 2027 Community Consultation and Priority Setting on page 216 of today's agenda. Good morning, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Council. Today I'm presenting on the new RCMP Community Priorities Plan, CPP, for 2026 to 2027. This is an important opportunity for Council to provide direction on how we engage the community and set policing priorities for the next 2 years. The RCMP is transitioning from the old annual performance plan to the new Community Priorities Plan model. It is designed to be more community-led with stronger collaboration between the RCMP, Council, and residents. This item comes from the regular Council meeting on March 24th, 2026, where Council first heard about the CPP model through the delegation by the Rocky Mountain House Rimbey Sundry RCMP detachment. The new CPP process has 2 main stages. First, preparation consultation, that's the early part of this year, where we can gather input from residents. The second part is engagement meetings with detachment commanders to finalize priorities. Clearwater County's previous priorities for 2022 roughly to 2025 were focused on crime reduction, specifically rural property crime, traffic safety, drug trafficking, and related enforcement. These priorities have been consistent and align well with our neighboring municipalities. As examples in the agenda item, I have listed a few of the regional neighboring municipalities. So the town of Rocky Mountain House, our shared detachment, they've conducted a community survey. Priorities are focused on drug enforcement, police visibility, road safety, and property crime. Mountain View County is continuing previous priorities with council and detachment input. Brazeau County is holding, or has held, my apologies, public town halls with community input. And some of the other municipalities have used a mix of surveys, policing committees, and council-driven approaches as listed in the agenda. So administration is seeking direction from council on the following options. Option 1 is continuation of existing priorities, where we will approve, or council may approve, continuation of current focus areas, rural property crime, traffic safety, drug enforcement, and that will just entail work directly with the RCMP detachment commanders to finalize the plan. Option number 2 would be to launch a community survey, where direction to administration would entail running a short community survey and advertising that via the website, social media, e-newsletter, community halls, bringing the recommended priorities back to council for approval before submitting it to the RCMP, or any alternatives the council may recommend. For additional reference, similar to how Rocky View County used their citizen satisfaction survey results linked at the end of the agenda background report, we have linked Clearwater County's 2024 citizen satisfaction survey. While the details of that report are not summarized here, it does provide valuable insight from resident feedback on how public safety perceptions have shaped the community priorities and can help guide council priorities.
Thank you very much for the information on this agenda item. The floor is open for comments or questions. Not seeing any. I do have one question. I think many of these priorities that were in the 2022 to 2025, you know, with the rural crime reduction, traffic safety, and number 3, drug trafficking related enforcement, I think those would still very well align with the community. I do have one question though. Is there any way that we can confirm the number of members in the local detachment, will it be remaining, will the number of members remain status quo, increase, or decrease?
I will defer that question to CAO Emmons.
CAO Emmons, you have the floor.
Thank you. No member of the RCMP has reached out to administration with that information. I've heard no details.
Yeah, just with the number of discussions with RCMP, sheriffs, and all that stuff, I just was wondering if we could have confirmation on that, whether the number of members would remain status quo, increase, or decrease for our local detachment.
I will reach out.
Okay, would that be would there need a formal motion from council, or okay? Administration can do that. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'd just like to echo your comments that these three priorities definitely remain important to the public. But I would like to ask if it would be possible to amend the third priority to read something more like drug and human and child trafficking, because they do tend to go hand in hand. And I think we all know that human and child trafficking is becoming an increasing problem as well. Thank you.
No, that'd be an excellent addition. So at this time, if is there any further discussion or motion from council? Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I make a motion that we move ahead with option one, that council approves the continuation of the 26-27 community policing priorities based on previous year's focuses, and directs administration to work with the Rocky Mountain House, Rimbey, and sundry RCMP detachment commanders to finalize and implement the plan with the amendment as mentioned.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. Seeing no further discussion on that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Thank you very much, CJ. Office. Let's see here. CAO report. Item 6.1, CAO report, page 255 of today's agenda. And Mr. Emmons, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, council. The May 26th, 2026 CAO report. First item is Bill 28, receives royal assent. On May 14th of this year, Bill 28, Municipal Affairs and Housing Statutes Amendment Act 2026 received royal assent. Some provisions in the bill will come into force immediately, while others will come into force upon proclamation later. This legislation impacts the following areas: 1, growth and housing, planning and development; 2, assessment and property tax; 3, governance and accountability; 4, municipal transparency; 5, public institutions such as libraries and municipally owned public utilities. No timelines were noted by the province for the release of the new regulations to support legislation and their future engagement with municipalities. The next item, Rural Health Week. The Community Wellness Association, formerly Healthcare Professional Engagement Team, has organized some local events to celebrate rural health providers. Council and senior staff have been invited to attend a couple of events on Sunday, May 24th, and Friday, May 29th. As per council's policy, a motion would be required to authorize council attendance and remuneration.
Okay. Are there any members that are willing to attend the Rural Health Week? If so, we would need a motion to authorize council member remuneration and attendance. Councillor Humphrey.
Make a motion that we approve member remuneration for either of these events.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey to authorize councillor attendance and remuneration for these events. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council.
Thank you, council. The next item, Economic Developers of Alberta, otherwise known as the EDA. Business Investment and Attraction in-person course. This course will be hosted by Rocky Mountain House and is a core course in the EDA Institute. Participants will learn what it takes for existing businesses to expand operations, explore strategies that amplify business attraction in our community. During this in-person session, participants will understand the role of economic development and importance of implementing the BIA strategy, assess community investment readiness, leverage competitive advantages, and build capacity. Develop a comprehensive BIA strategy, conduct market research, and select appropriate marketing tools. Cultivate relationships with investors and entrepreneurs, identify investment projects, and establish protocols. Hosted by James Tesler, Jobs, Economic, Trade, and Immigration, Thursday, June 11th, from 9 to 3 at the Rocky Regional Recreation Center at the Subway Room. And again, as per policy, a motion would be required for authorization of council attendance and remuneration.
Is there a council member willing to make a motion to authorize councillors' attendance and remuneration for this event? Councillor Letwin?
I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Letwin makes the motion to authorize councillor remuneration and attendance for the event that Mr. Emmons has just presented to council. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Are there any questions for Mr. Emmons? Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, Mr. Emmons, is there any way that we can talk about this Bill 28, or is there any time? It says in here that there's no timeline or noted for the release of this, because this has some effect on our libraries and our municipal-owned public utilities. Is there any chance that we get some feedback into this?
We can reach out, Councillor Cermak, but truly the RMA is engaged, Clearwater County is engaged. Details have been a little less than forthcoming.
Yeah.
We have heard a lot about the negative impact on municipalities, truly further eroding municipalities' autonomy and our ability. But we can reach out and inquire to see what impacts are projected, particularly with the libraries.
Would it be better if, as a council, we sent a letter and with your permission to move forward with this?
Absolutely. Council could authorize a letter to Government of Alberta asking. That always holds more weight than just staff.
Yeah. Would that be possible to make a motion for that, Reid?
The Bill 28 was a big bill. There was a lot of stuff put in there. I think there was only from the introduction of the bill to third reading of the bill was roughly 45 days. I don't really think it gave municipalities across the province sufficient time to respond to that bill.
Or even digest it?
Absolutely. The council meetings, to have council as a whole together to have discussions and bring concerns forward. Not only did it include libraries, but they also improved it. And this is actually a question for Mr. Emmons. Aggregate. The approval of aggregate projects. Does that jurisdiction now lay, the approving authority would be the province, or do municipalities still have the opportunity to approve or deny aggregate projects? Mr. Emmons, please.
Again, as this is very new legislation, I can't speak definitively because it's still in process, but my understanding is aggregate will be treated more like industrial ag. It will be intense ag. It will be an external body that will decide going forward.
So if the aggregate or a extraction project would be approved in Clearwater County, it would be up to the sole discretion of the province?
That's my understanding. Again, I can't be definitive. It is new legislation, but that is my understanding of the proposal.
Yeah. So I think that, with that said, I'll move to Councillor Powell.
I will try and talk kindly because I think that's what we need to do. There has to be a letter. That's ridiculous. So I think there needs to be a letter that goes in. I don't know if it's gonna have any grounds with how short the time frame is, and especially like you said, I think you said it had already gone through quite a few processes, or stages or readings, I think you had mentioned, but yeah, something needs to be said.
Okay, thank you. And just to note in the minutes, Councillor McCully has joined us. Thank you for that, Councillor McCully. Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
Regarding your comments about the library board, Councillor Shermack, I attended the Parkland Library Board conference. It was live. It was in Zoom, and they voted in favor of presenting a letter to the county. There was opposition also. There's no doubt about it, and some of the things in that. And also, on the 12th, when the Rocky Library Board was here, I made a comment about pornography in the libraries, which was not taken very well by anybody in the community, or I shouldn't say everybody, but it also got brought up at the Parkland Library Board, and right in their paperwork here, it says the intent of this legislation is to keep materials that are considered to be pornographic unavailable to minors without some form of age verification or parent consent or parents under 16 years of age. One of the problems with this scenario is determining what is pornographic, highly sensitive. So these things are in the public libraries, and it all depends on interpretation and definition. So it's a system. The biggest thing I found, Rocky Library Board requested financing or extra money to put these, a separate room and extra supervision in the libraries. Parkland Library Board also said the same. They want extra money, between $50,000 and $150,000 per library. So I don't know if this is, yeah, these are the things that are out there. And one of my concerns right now is if this pornography, I'll call it pornography, or if this questionable material, how about that, is out there for the generations prior to this Bill 28 coming into effect, to isolate this material away from underage children. We as a county, we finance the library boards, and if there's a lawsuit in the future because somebody has mental problems or issues or whatever, and we finance the library board, could that lawsuit come back against Clearwater County or the council of the day? Councilors, I don't know, Mr. Emmons, could you?
I think I would defer that. Thank you for bringing the clarity and
Thank you.
bringing that item forward and providing clarity on that item. CEO Emmons, would you offer any comments for liability regarding that item?
Truly not our legislation. I don't believe it's Clearwater County's liability. It's directed through the Library Act and through the higher government. So I think I can reassure Councillor Letwin that it wouldn't be borne here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Powell?
I just have a question about the aggregate. Was there ever any definition given on what was aggregate that was gonna be controlled outside the municipality?
I haven't heard any recent definition. Historically, the definition under the Alberta Sand and Gravel Act is a 5-acre disturbance would equate to an aggregate source, a gravel pit. In the old days, we called it the Thailand rule. He invoked it to promote sequential reclamation back in the day. So they adopted that rule. Whether they fall on that or not, I haven't had those details.
It seems odd to me that the Clearwater County residents are the ones that live here and have the trucks going up and down the roads and are the most affected, yet the government would take those rights away from us to have a say.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor McCully, the floor is yours.
Just on the libraries, not supporting or for or against anything, but the library here in town has invited us out tomorrow at 11 a.m. to go over their concerns with it, so. I think the concern lies on who has control over what's there. Is it parents or is it the province?
Councillor Letwin.
Yes, I've been invited to that meeting also, and unfortunately I have prior engagements. But they've invited me to stop and drop by anytime to see what they've got and to see what's going on there. And, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Reeve. Yeah, some excellent points here. I think the big problem with this Bill 28 and what RMA is working on is the fact that it's too encompassing. There's too many completely opposite items in this bill that affect all levels of governance. One that we haven't really talked about if we're gonna get on this subject, but it's the assessment and property tax portion of this that would and could drastically affect our linear tax income. I mean, yes, the libraries are important, the aggregate is important, but there's so many reasons to oppose this bill. It's unfortunate that they've also it's almost intentionally being used to force people to support it and oppose it at the same time. And I think it's incredibly dirty politics, and they should be ashamed of themselves. But if we're going to send a letter to oppose this, it can't just be on one thing. It needs to be on the entirety of it.
I think council will have, yeah, there'll be an opportunity if we would like to entertain a motion to direct administration to write a lobby letter to Mr. Minister Williams and the Government of Alberta with concerns from Clearwater County Council. That could be done, and we'll have an opportunity to approve a draft, possibly at our next regular council meeting, and that letter could be sent at that time. Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make that motion that administration please draft a letter and regarding Bill 28 and provincial government overreach. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Letwin makes a motion that council direct administration to draft a letter with council concerns to Minister Williams, Minister of Maine, and the Government of Alberta with council concerns. Seeing no more discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported unanimously by council. Is there any other discussion on this item for the CAO report? Moving on to item 6.2, Capital Project Status Update Report, May 2026, page 257. Are there any comments or discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion on this item. At this time, we were going to take a, Councillor Letwin, go ahead. We're going to take a short break after this.
I'd like to make a motion that capital project status update be accepted as information.
Okay, I was going to go to the end of the
Oh, I'm
reports,
sorry.
but that's
I
okay.
apologize.
We can make a motion and accept each report individually as well. So we do
Stepping
have
on the line again.
No, that's okay. Councillor Letwin has made the motion to accept the capital project status update report, May 2026, as information. Seeing no discussion on that motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. I will move that we accept the CAO report for information. Seeing no discussion on that, I'll call the question on that motion. All those in favor? Motion is carried. And at this time, we'll take a short recess till 10 o'clock. Welcome back to the regular council meeting for Clearwater County, May 26th, 2026. Carrying on in today's agenda to item 6.3, we're in reports, broadband project update report for May 2026, page 283. Comments, discussion, floor is open, and Deputy Reeve McKay, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Reeve. I just have a quick question regarding the number of connection orders. Showing in the report here that the sign up is 930 out of 1,560 contacted, so a little over 50%. I mean, that's not terrible, but what I'm not seeing is people that are actually, like, I think this is very misleading by saying signed up. They're signed up to take advantage of the county to get fiber to the home for $400 as opposed to the thousands that it's actually going to cost. They're not actually signing up for service. Now that number of who is signed up for service, how can we get that number? I know I've asked a few times, but does anybody have that?
CAO Emmons?
Truly, if I may, Deputy Reeve, and I hear and acknowledge the distinction. It's gonna be the next phase that's gonna prove that out. For Clearwater County's purposes, all we can do is take people at face value and ask if they're interested, and if they're interested in getting broadband, sign up, and they have. You know, I've heard that individuals that are on the fence, so to speak, for lack of better words, will take advantage of the initial rate and then decide later, so they may not even connect. That will be proven out in the next phase. I'm not sure how we can truly get that information from individuals on their intent.
If there was the ability to actually sign up for service that would require some sort of resident down payment ahead of time, I think that would be an indicator, even if it was $100, right? I am committing to this service when it's available, because right now, I know for a fact, because I get this feedback from many, many residents, the only reason that they're getting fiber to the home is to improve their property value, so when they go to sell, the fiber is to the home. Like, it's, I don't know, I just think this particular statistic is very misleading, but we'll see what happens.
If I may, Deputy Reeve, and because I think there's a great point in your statement, and maybe at the next broadband committee meeting to bring that up and see if that can be. Previous council didn't adopt that type of structure in the early admission. If I may wind it back, when we're in the exploratory stage of broadband, and one of the initiatives was, rather than go to this model, you want broadband for a couple $1 million, you can buy everybody a TELUS or a Starlink and give it to them. And my comment back in the day was, I'm a firm believer in skin in the game, otherwise it means nothing. And if you give somebody a free Starlink and a free year, at the end of the year, we could see a bunch of Starlinks out at our transfer station. Because it's free. Well, nothing's free on our tax dollars, number one, but that's the perspective. But to engage at a level of, you get that dish and a year free if you agree to pay for the second year and you sign a contract. And now it means something, and that's kind of the philosophy I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, I do have one more question on the broadband project. Completion's estimated to be March of 2027. Is it still looking like that's on track?
It is. That is all, for all intents and purposes, that is still on schedule.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McCulley has a comment or question.
When do we start running the fiber from the property line to the house? When does that take place?
Lots of it's already done.
I don't think it is.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna defer to CAO Emmons at this time. Mr. Emmons?
My understanding is the focus is on the grants at this time, and the second crews are coming behind. So it should be in process, although it's following, so I'll say behind the core backbone. But they are coming up. I'll speak personally, if I may. At my place, the drop is there. The box is outside my gate. I signed up. It's my intent, because I have no other means. I barely have cell service at my place, so I need something. And I'm supposed to be connected here in the next few months, is what I'm being told.
I was just checking, 'cause I see the same thing, at my property or in my neighborhood, I see the lines are running, they are going through and putting everything together right now, but I haven't seen crews going onto properties and trenching lines yet.
They are, but they are following the initial crews.
And the last one, how does someone check the status on where they're at for an install?
The easiest for me, I would phone Clearwater County and ask for the manager of IT, Cam. But he's also got the interactive website up. I would make the call.
So, like for myself, if I put my address on there, it puts my information, it shows everything, but how does someone know that they're actually ready, I think, or what, I'm not sure the word, like if I put my address on the portal, it shows like what we did when the guy was out there, but it doesn't say anything else.
Yes, and which is that level of detail, honestly, I'd phone Clearwater County and ask for IT. And he's aware of where the contractors are at, their schedule, and can get rough timelines, of course.
So anyone wants to check that out, they just can call it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Reeve, do you have comments? Councillor Powell?
I was just gonna make a motion to accept the broadband project update report for May 2026 as information.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell to accept the broadband project update report for May 2026 for information. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Clearwater Regional, item 6.4, Clearwater Regional Emergency Services Report for April 2026, page 299. Floor is open for discussion. Oh, Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna give thanks to all the firefighters that helped with the wildfire and all of their efforts, and hats off to them. That's absolutely fantastic that it was contained so quickly, and the professionalism that it was handled.
I don't think I could say it any better, so absolutely, I couldn't agree with that more. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, do you have an update on that fire that's out on the trunk road? The situation, I haven't heard anything in the last few days. I heard that it was controlled, but I heard that there was lots of logging debris out there that they're trying to deal with right now. Is that true or false, or what's happening?
Thank you, Councillor Cermak, and yeah, very true. So it is categorized as contained, controlled, very positive, especially given the nominal amount of moisture they actually saw over the fire area. They got less than we did here, which was extremely important, and we haven't had enough here. The current monitoring is actually those brush piles, because they create an insulation. So given the activity out that way with seismic lines, those brush piles created a denser, thicker layer. So when the fire gets in those brush piles, we all know how long it takes and how much water it takes to extinguish an old brush pile. And there was a number of those out in that area.
Yeah.
So they are monitoring that, but it is deemed and categorized as controlled, contained. Therefore, the SOL was permitted to expire.
Did our firefighters get compensated well for all the hours and stuff that they put in out there.
I will say no more, no less than,
Normal?
yeah. You know, our firefighters, I really appreciate council's acknowledgement of their efforts, because our paid on call and our headquarters did an amazing job. They stepped forward as, I will say, as usual. When you're that good, you come to expect a level of professionalism, but I do think it does need to be acknowledged. But they received their pay.
Yeah, because lots of them are out there 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was amazing, the amount of effort that was put into that fire. I agree with Councillor Powell that they need to be acknowledged, and we need to really thank them for what they've done.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Councillor Cermak.
Yep.
Would also like to say thanks for the viewers watching, also from the Government of Alberta there. I would also like to say thanks for the collaboration and the consideration from some of the members from the province with the assistance of the Clearwater County during the wildfire event that we did have in Clearwater County. Is there any further discussion on this item? Councillor Cermak, is your light on, or do you have further comments?
I thought I had.
That's okay. Nope, that's okay. Just don't want to miss any questions or comments from council members. Motion to accept the Clearwater Regional Fire Emergency Services Report. Councillor McCauley, you'd like to make that motion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCauley to accept the Clearwater Regional Emergency Services Report for April 2026. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Move on to item 6.5, Economic Development Report for May 2026. Item 6.5, is there any discussion on this item or a motion to accept it for information? Deputy Reid McKay, do you have a comment or question, or you'd like to make a motion?
I'll just make the motion to accept it for information, please.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to accept the Economic Development Report for May 2026 as information. Seeing no discussion on that item, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Item 6.6, Rocky Mountain House and Provincial RCMP Crime Statistics Update, page 306. Floor is open for discussion, comments, questions, or a motion. Councillor McCauley, you'd like to make a motion to accept the report for information? Yes. Okay. Councillor McCauley makes a motion to accept the Rocky Mountain House and Provincial RCMP Crime Statistics Update as information. Seeing no discussion on that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Item 6.7, Sundry RCMP Crime Statistics Update. Comments, questions, or motion to accept it as information? Councillor Letwin.
That motion, we accept it as information.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Letwin to accept the Sundry RCMP Crime Statistics Update for information. No discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion supported by council. Item 6.8, Council Remuneration Report for April 2026. Any comments, questions, or clarification needed? I do have one. I'm just going through my paperwork here. It's actually on my remuneration myself. I had, I'll just verify with staff for the Rocky Seniors Housing Council. Remuneration is paid to two council members. So I'll just double check with payroll staff and see if that was submitted or needs correction. Other than that, is there any other questions or a motion to accept council remuneration for information? Councillor Letwin.
Motion that remuneration papers are for information purposes.
Okay. Councillor Letwin makes a motion to accept council remuneration report for April 2026 for information. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried by council. Item 6.9, verbal council reports. Move down to Ward 1, and we'll start with Councillor Powell.
Thank you. Okay, I attended the Bighorn Parade in Caroline. It was fantastic. It was great to see everybody out there, and I had a really good time. Even the snowflakes didn't stop people from coming out. I did get to attend the rodeo for a little bit on the Sunday. I also was with everybody in regards to the CAO recruitment. I did go to municipal planning on the 20th. I don't have a complete list, but some of the things that did happen that day, there was over 6 development permit applications that came in, 2 new CRA developments, some land consolidation that was more housekeeping, and some accessory building variances, just to name a few. And I was at strategic planning with everyone yesterday, and I have had some really great phone calls and emails from residents, so everybody that's been reaching out, thank you.
I did the ag tour, 4 different farms. I'll try and pronounce these names correctly. The Wilchell Farm, and we got to see sheep shearing, different seeds, fertilizer, different practices. He's got a beautiful farm there. It's right on the North Saskatchewan River. Then we went to Adventure Dairy, and got to see how dairy has changed since I was a teenager, because now everything's computerized, each little bag thingy. And then we went to Art and Karen Terpsma's beef farm. And this was with grade 4 students. We had to get divided up into different groups for the different areas and categories. There was lots of them there. That was wonderful. They were very positive. And then Endeavor Equestrian, and that big equestrian center in Ward 2 there. And Blue Mountain Power was there, and they gave a really good demonstration, a mini demonstration to show the kids if a power line was down or whatever, and how many meters to stay back. And I think the power line's down, it's supposed to be 7 meters, and I can't remember what the other one is, but that's supposed to be 11 meters, but they could actually had electricity running through it so they could zap if you touched it. The sparks were just flying off, so that was great. Then we did, and then Deputy Reeve McKay, on the 15th, we did the long weekend check stop barbecue, and that was good. We got to meet some law enforcement officials, and some people got pulled over. There wasn't too many arrests, I don't think. And Deputy Reeve did all the barbecuing, and he did obviously a marvelous job, because they had their regular supper and then they came back for leftovers when they at the end of the day, and they doubled up them burgers, really working hard. And the Caroline Parade, it was excellent, handing out candy. The only grievance I had with the Caroline Parade is whoever led it was a little bit too fast, because it was hard to keep up to the float. Other than that, life's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Levin, for the report. Are there any questions for Councillor Levin? Seeing none, Deputy Reeve McKay, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Reeve. Many similar adventures as my colleagues here. The Czech Stop Barbecue, I probably ate as many burgers as the rest of the law enforcement agents combined, but we had an abundance. So outside of that, in the Bighorn Parade, we're regretfully beginning our new CAO recruitment. That's been an interesting endeavor. Our strat planning meeting yesterday. Oh, and last week, this is one I do want to touch on that's a little bit different. May 13th last week, I had the opportunity to take part in the David Thompson grade 12 class portfolio review. Basically, it's an exit interview for all the grade 12 students. And they have to present with a portfolio going through all of their education plans, how they're going to pay for it, where they're going to live, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I tell you what, the future is bright for this next generation. They're organized, they're hardworking, they're smart. It's going to be great to see what they all accomplish. Thank you.
Excellent report, Deputy Reeve. Are there any questions for Deputy Reeve McKay's councillor report? Seeing none, Councillor McCulley.
Excuse me. I think most of the same things. The ag tour was a lot of fun, going around to some of the farms. And then in the middle of it, I found out that our MP was at the Chamber of Commerce. So I raced over there and shook his hand and just talked to him for a little bit. It was a good visit. Had an ICC meeting on the, last week. Was it last week? No, it was the week before, sorry. ICC meeting, CEO recruitment. I've been doing a training course every Wednesday morning on the early, is that elected thing? It was on public engagement, and it was interesting sort of going through all of the things we went through in our public engagement, how to maximize your results. It kind of went through a lot of the, see the struggles that we have in the public engagement, how to get more unique answers or getting more varied results, I think, is getting more, a different answers, I think, out there than the same ones keep coming in. It was good, just really long. Like, I didn't understand it was 3 weeks. That's my mistake, I guess. I think that's about it. And we have lots coming up. I'm in FCM next week. We have the CA recruitment stuff coming up and a Nordeg tour on the 1st. And last week, we also did a tour with the Travel Alberta, going through a couple operators in Nordeg, and we had lunch at Minus Cafe, and then we went to the Saunders Alexo Trestle. It was a lot of fun. Had a good day.
Excellent. Thank you for the excellent report. Councillor McCulley, are there any questions for Councillor McCulley? Seeing none. Councillor Cermak, floor is yours.
Yeah, on the 14th, I attended the ag tours. I am surprised at the young people in our agricultural industry. They are gung-ho to be farmers or in the ag service somehow. It's amazing, their attitude and everything. I thought it was fantastic. I attended Caroline Parade. I was told when I came around the corner to slow down. So we had a team of mules in front of us. So it kept increasing the space between us. But apparently, I guess I was still going too fast. I know that the mules had finished and I was still a block away from getting there. So sorry that you had a hurry. Yeah, we had a pretty impressive guy standing in the back of the big dude, Mr. Nixon. So that was really good. We had a CAO recruitment day on the 19th. I think we have some pretty good applicants there coming forward. The 21st, Thursday, was the 4-H steer sale at Caroline. I think it was a record for a year. There was 52 animals in there. An 11-year-old took the grand champion. And I'm not bragging or anything, but that is my great-granddaughter. Received a really nice paycheck for her steer. I think she topped the sale at just over 13 grand. Done a fantastic job. All of the kids there, all of that, I think from about 10 to grade 12, like ages 10 to about 17 or 18. Fantastic cattlemen and people. And the girls were especially great at showmanship. Boy, some of them really get into it. It was impressive. I spent the whole day in there, and I can't say enough how I really appreciate the effort that both clubs, the North and the South, put into it. And I would really like to thank Council for giving the shirts with our logo, the Clearwater logo on the back. It really set off everybody there. It looked really nice. And then on the Saturday, I went on the trail ride out to Nordyk. if you ever get a chance to ride with the ATV, the Rocky ATV Club, do it. The history that these people know out there, I have spent my whole life out in that country riding horseback, bikes, quads, you name it. And I learned stuff out there. There's a school out there that was built in 1940 and closed in 46. I didn't even know it existed out there. And we went out and seen it. Like, if you get a chance to do that rail trail, do it. And it is in phenomenal shape. It is fantastic. Met lots of bikers, motorbikes, and pedal bikes. It was amazing the amount of people that use that trail. I just found it fantastic. So if you get a chance, and you can go on their website, and there's always usually somebody going out on a weekend. If you get a chance to see the history along that trail, there's, we went down to one place there. In 1927, they put in a culvert. It's a cement culvert. It's probably 70 or 80 feet from where the railbed is to where the culvert was. Instead of putting in a trestle, they poured a concrete culvert, 300 feet long in 27. And then they filled the dirt in over top of it instead of putting in a trestle. The history up there is just amazing. So if you get a chance to ride that trail, do it. It is fantastic. And that's about all I got to say.
Thank you for the report, Councillor Cermak.
Yep.
Are there any comments or questions for Councillor Cermak's report? Seeing none, Councillor Humphrey, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I had a pretty relaxing month, so it's been good. We've been, thanks to everybody for taking up my slack. And we're busy with the CAO recruitment. You know, kind of wishing we didn't have to do it. But we do, because retirement's a real thing. Stick to it. CO Emmons, good on you. Yeah, that's all I got for that.
Okay, thank you for the report, Councillor Humphrey. Are there any comments or questions for Councillor Humphrey's report? Seeing none. We do have Mr. Rudyk online here. So my report, I did attend many of the similar events as the balance of council at the Caroline Parade. Just as a side note, Councillors Powell, Letwin, Councillors McKay, they did walk beside the float and hand out a lot of candy to a lot of, or run beside, I guess. And yeah, Councillor Cermak, you were chauffeuring our local MLA Nixon during the parade there. Attended the Travel Alberta tour, visited Expanse Cottages, Miners Cafe, Wilderness Village was a few of them. It was a good tour that day. I stopped in and visited the Land Care Board briefly. They had an excellent presentation from the old college related to pollinators and the importance of them. It was a really nice presentation. Thank you to the Director Van Newkirk for all the work and the staff from Ag and Community Services for hosting that. CAO recruitment, I've also been a part of. And just a reminder for everybody, the dust suppression CAOMs, you may need to correct me, but I do believe that dust suppression applications close at the end of May. So members of the community wishing to receive calcium chloride for dust suppression in front of their properties, the deadline for that is the end of May. And one other reminder for the Premier Tech horticultural application, be a public hearing on June 23rd at 10 a.m. for that public hearing, just as a reminder for the community. That's my report. Are there any comments or questions for my report? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept the reports, verbal reports as information. Deputy Reeve McKay, you'd like to make that motion?
I will.
Okay, Deputy Reeve McKay makes a motion to accept verbal council reports for information. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried by council. We do have a 10:30 delegation from Kelly Rudyk. It is item 5.3.1 on our agenda today. It's 10:30 a.m. draft 2026 to 2030 strategic plan by Kelly Rudyk. It's logical. It is on page 222 of today's agenda. And I do see that we have Mr. Rudyk joining us virtually here this morning.
Yes, good morning, all. It's grateful to get to spend some time with you again, and we'll be talking about our strategic plan. Following that, we'll be looking at our priority management plan. I just wanted to say I was grateful to have the chance to listen into some of the reports. I heard a few of them while I was getting ready to talk to you now. And whether we knew it or not, I heard a lot of your strategic plan in those reports. So whether it was relationships with our community groups, whether it was talking to or hosting the MLA, lots of on the ground, meeting with people. And that's embedded in your strategic plan, those relationships and how we have to be mindful of them and how we can leverage them. So I'm an admitted strategic plan nerd, so I enjoyed that. I heard that in your report, so it was great to be able to listen in on that. Yes, we're returning for looking for taking the word draft off of your strategic plan. You did see it on May 12th, and there was one suggestion to kind of look at maybe consolidating either some of the visuals or some minor cosmetic shifts to maybe reduce the length of the plan, because as we had talked about, I think it's equally important that the plan has absolute clarity, but there is also some brevity involved with it, because the most important thing that we see from a strategic plan is that you actually use it. So the goal is to have council, taking this plan with them when they go to outside meetings, committees of council, getting to know it and use it to make really good decisions. So I think with that suggestion of tightening up it a little bit, you're seeing what we're hoping is the final draft, and then we could take that draft statement off of it, and it will be your approved strategic plan. So yeah, I don't want to get into it any further, except definitely open for any questions that any councillors may have. But we will be looking for you to approve the strategic plan today, if that is council's will.
Thank you, Mr. Rudyk, for the work that you've done on this project. Council did a lot of work. I think it's did a really good job on putting this strategic plan together. I would like to make the motion actually that council adopt the 2026 to 2030. I'll just start over. I'll move that council adopts the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan for Clearwater County as presented. And I'll open up the floor for discussion or comments. Councillor Powell.
My light was on because I was going to do the same thing. Thank you for shortening it. I also see that you reduced it, so that's great.
Is there any other comments? Questions? Seeing none? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported unanimously by council. Thank you very much again for all the efforts and the work, Mr. Rudyk. And
well, I would equally like to thank your administration. As I think I suggested with you, I am very fortunate to be able to kind of pick and choose some of the municipalities that I work with and some of the administrations, and the reason this was, I think, successful could equally be shared by myself and your administration. Very, very good work.
thank you again. I see no further comments or questions from council, so at this time we'll have a good afternoon and enjoy the rest of your day.
Actually, I think the administration had asked me to be part of the presentation of their draft, their administration plan as well, which we're calling a priority management plan. It might be coming up quite quickly on your agenda.
It's attached to.
Okay.
It's attached to.
Okay. Ms. Haight, would you like to provide some?
Sure, thank you very much. So as part of the work with the with your RFP to do the strategic planning with you, another one of the elements that really kind of had your request for proposal rise to the top was this. A lot of times I work with municipalities and I do a strategic plan and I ride off into the sunset, and I hope that the administration does, the next very vital step, which is creating a complementary plan that articulates what it is that they're going to do that aligns with your direction and your priorities. So I was very pleased to be able to work with your administration. Again, top-notch effort on their part. So it sounds like you have attached to the strategic plan, which is very appropriate that one would come right after the other. What is a priority management plan? Like I said, this is a complementary plan that shares administration's more significant initiatives that they have planned to do that are in alignment with your strategic plan and the areas that you've identified as being important. So this is administration's best foot forward on, there's some things that we're doing already, which is great. It shouldn't be, when you complete a strategic plan, there's a lot of the things that you're already doing that are in alignment with the things that council want to see happen. So these are those. These are the things that we either have on our radar in the very near future or are already working on that are going to move the needle on those goals that you've identified in your strategic plan. This priority management plan will also guide future department plans. And ultimately, you should see the alignment all the way through to your budget. So when things are coming forward for time, resources, maybe even some staffing, they should align to this plan as well as your strategic plan. And that was one of the key words that kept showing up in your request for proposal, was this alignment. So I was very fortunate to be around and work with your administration to bring forward the priority management plan. And I believe that we would just be looking for you to accept that as information. It will probably be one of the key things that it's funny, you were talking about the new CAO recruitment. That new CAO will be very keenly interested in that priority management plan as well. So I think the timing lines up really nicely for you.
Okay, so we'd be looking for a motion then to accept this for information. CEO Emmons, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve North Council. And the one thing that, if with council's permission, I wouldn't mind pointing out, in this plan, under the section of reporting, it talks about reporting to council semi-annually every 6 months. I guess I'd just like to propose that would be a redundant statement. Clearwater County currently offers up our capital updates to council monthly, as well as every other department. We've also started very recently having the EDO provide council with updates as well, so council is more apprised and informed on the activities there. I believe the current reporting mechanisms actually more than cover semi-annual, and to create another report every 6 months, I don't know if it would benefit council or be the best use of staff time. So my polite, respectful suggestion would be to remove that and keep with current reporting mechanisms in place.
That's a proposed amendment to the priority management plan, Mr. Emmons. Is there anybody opposed to that amendment? Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Okay. So you're just proposing that be rewritten to say administration will provide continuous or continual updates rather than semi-annual, so it's not a specific meeting just for that. Perfect. Thank you.
Is there anybody opposed to that amendment? Seeing nobody opposed. Looking for a motion to accept it. The plan for information as amended. Councillor Humphrey, you'd like to make that motion?
Make a motion, we accept this with the amendment as proposed.
Okay, so the motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey be that council receives the 2026 to 2030 Priority Management Plan as amended for information. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council.
Many thanks to everyone in the room. This has been a genuine pleasure for me. I just want to let everyone know here, while this bit of work kind of draws to conclusion some of the formal work that we were going to do together, I just want to make you aware that my business is very relationship based, and so just because maybe we've completed a couple of very significant documents and plans that you will be using, I am always available and will be making myself available to both council and administration as you move forward in this really important time frame for you. So whether that mean, the adoption of these documents or your incoming CAO, please feel free to reach out with any and all thoughts and questions, or just to, call and let me know how things are proceeding. I'd be more than happy to continue this relationship we have.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Councillor Humphrey, do you have a comment or question? Nope. Okay. Thank you again, and I think that concludes this agenda item. So
have a great day, all. Thank you for this.
as well. Moving into item 7.1, correspondence. We have a letter from Minister Devin Dreeshen on page 351. Is there any discussion on this item? Or a motion to accept correspondence as information? Councillor Powell?
I'll make that motion.
Councillor Powell moves that council accept letter from Minister Devin Dreeshen as information. Is there any discussion on this item? No discussion on the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. Moving into item 9, which is closed session, be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Letwin, you'd like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion that we move to a closed session.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Letwin to move into closed session. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. Welcome back from our closed session. There's no motions entertained at this time, but we will be taking a recess until 1 o'clock. Welcome back from our recess. And we are going to continue on with our regular council meeting for May 26, 2026. We do have additional closed session items to discuss amongst council. So I'll be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Humphrey, you'd like to make that motion?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey makes a motion to go into closed session. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. welcome back from our closed session. And coming out of closed session for our regular council meeting for May 26, 2026, we have one motion coming out of closed section. And I'll defer to Councillor Humphrey at this time.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that council approve the retroactive adjustment to CAO vacation entitlement per Alberta employment standards and Clearwater County policy as discussed in closed session.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Last and final motion for the day is item number 10, which is adjournment. Councillor Cernak makes the motion for adjournment. Call the question. All those in favor? We are adjourned. Have a good afternoon.